Okay. So today's lecture is right to privacy and right to information. Very important discussion and very important aspect of right issue. Uh, okay. So first I'll discuss about this privacy, origin of privacy, which is important, and how we'll define information privacy and importance of privacy is very, very important. So we see that when you talk about this privacy, when it is originated uh, from the Latin word called privatus. Privatus means that secluded from the rest, that we is to be secluded from the rest. That's how we understand privacy. And when we say information privacy is a bit different from the whole concept of privacy, because when we understand privacy, it is a very broader concept. It involves privacy in person, privacy in behavior, which I'll be going to discuss with you, as well as privacy in personal communications. And now in the digital era, we are talking more about data privacy. So information privacy is also related to data privacy. So your control over the information, your choice how information is being used, for what purpose the information is used, when it is being collected, how it is being collected. So information privacy refers to the choice of the individual or the data subject whose information is being collected, and control over, choice and control over the information of the data subject themselves. So when we talk about the privacy is basically that willingness to seclude it from the rest, and this is also recognized as the part of right to liberty. But the Indian Constitution has given a verdict in 2007 and made privacy a fundamental right. In 2017, we actually get right to privacy as a fundamental right. But prior to it, we also see that we have Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognize right to privacy as a very important human rights. So we see those dimension of privacy. So you talk about the privacy of person first. So when you talk about the privacy of person, it is all about how you conduct yourself in a public domain. So it is your privacy, your conduct, your behavior, your attitude, your communication, your interaction with others, your disposition. That's what is privacy of person. Then privacy of personal behavior and privacy of personal communication. These are two different aspects. When you talk about the personal behavior, this is about your behavior in public domain that may be online and offline space. So among people, how you behave as a private person, you behave as a public person, your dispositions, so your interest to be secluded from the rest, okay, your attitude towards the information which people can access, which people can dispose, whether people can access it or not, and your control over that information is basically personal privacy. And when you talk about the personal communication related privacy, this is more about verbal and non-verbal communication of privacy. Even when we see that a private person can project themselves through non-verbal means, the way he communicate that I want I want it not to get disclosed or so. Even through non-verbal communication, we get a lot of cues about a private being. We talk about a private being, so a solitary being, or want to live a solitary life or secluded from the rest, and that is entirely his or her life. But at the same time, we also need to give regard to that personal space. You say personal communication, we see, and that at times we get to find from the very behavior of that person and also disposition of the person. So this concept are relatable a bit. So when you talk about personal privacy of person, personal behavior, personal disposition, and also about privacy of data. So communication, personal communication is different from personal behavior, because behavior is about the code of conduct that you follow in public domain, and communication is about your verbal and non-verbal communication, some cues you provide to others while communicating. what are being disclosed and what you are disclosing. Okay, then you talk about the privacy of personal data. It is basically data are being circulated, right, in online world. Now you see with the advent of ICT, lot of data have been circulated across the world. So your control over the data is very important, paramount importance. So that is what we try to define as privacy of personal data. So our control over the data, and when there are different surveillance tools and technologies used by private industries and government bodies to create a surveillance upon us, and surveillance upon us in order to create a better future. But because when you talk about the surveillance, there is also a purpose inherent in it. I'm going to discuss about the importance of data privacy and how it is related to data surveillance. And before that, we also need to look at that privacy and confidentiality are two different things. So when you talk about the privacy, it is the privacy of the matter, you want to keep it private and secret. And when you talk about confidentiality, this is some information, confidential information, which is not to be disclosed. But when you say privacy, that information can be disclosed also, you may not have control. It is about your control over the information. You lose the control, so information is being disclosed. But when you talk about confidential, this is something which is very classified, and it is to be kept secret. Okay, information is not to be disclosed. So that is the distinction between privacy and, you see, confidentiality. Then we have these three aspects of privacy. We see that spatial privacy or physical privacy. That privacy around your space is spatial privacy. Around your space, you see the online and offline space. When you talk about the online space, maybe social networking space, social media, often we use, and also different kind of email and also digital technologies, different digital tools that we use, and privacy related to that space, that spatial space. And when we talk about the physical space, when you were also busy in a meeting, you were in the midst of your friend, and the kind of privacy that you hold basically refers to the spatial privacy and physical privacy. So here we talk about the physical space. Physical space is supposed to be unhindered by any uninterrupted calls. So we don't expect a telemarketing calls at times. So because at times we feel that our that presence in that very situation got disturbed. So that is basically a physical space. We say that we want space. So we want that space so that we can grow. Right, we want that space so that certain informations are not circulated and which might also you say impact the identity of that person. Also you see that may be disregarding the overall identity of that person. So choice is the personal capacity to make you see certain, it is about personal capacity to make certain choice without intrusion or interference. So whenever you go online, whenever you use any online medium, so then the kind of choice that you actually exercise regarding you giving information to anyone, and whether that choice is subject to intrusion or interference or not, that is important. And then information privacy, what we have already discussed about your control over the privacy. So you see, when you talk about information privacy, it is connected to data privacy basically, and data privacy comprises these 4 steps. We talk about data collections. How data is collected is important. So here we have body corporate. There is also one aspect of it. Body corporates are there, those companies, the private companies, even the government. Now government will not be included in the body corporate, but body corporates are basically the private companies, and intermediaries, the third parties. They usually get access to our data. And even if you actually see in general sense how information is being collected You see, when information is being collected, there has to have a purpose. So data collection refers to the very purpose of the collection of the data. Why that information is being collected, when that information is being collected, and how long that information is to be retained is very important. Then data security and data storage is very important. So here when you talk about the security, whereas any safeguarding mechanism, any kind of security mechanism in place to secure this data, to keep that data in safe custody or not. So any kind of data, any information suppose you hold, that has to be updated. So unless it is updated, you cannot even guarantee the security and storage of that information. So when we talk about data security, basically we are talking about a security mechanism in place and also frequent updation of that information. Then we talk about data process. Data process is how data is being processed. That basically refers to the retention policy. You see that retention policy, how long this data will be retained and when this data will be deleted. So when data is being processed, when data will be deleted, and that is also under the control of the data subject and the intermediaries or the body corporate, and when the data is, how long this data will be retained. And then we have data access. When you talk about the data access is basically giving access to your information to someone. That is what data access. So all this data privacy is also related to information privacy, because it refers to the very control and choice of individual over the information that he gives to other, that they give to other, and also if he or she wishes, those information could also be, you see, can delete it, could also be corrected. Okay, so, and this is equivalent to even data privacy. For what purpose the information is collected is being emphasized upon data collection and information collection. Then in data security, emphasis is more upon the security mechanism and updation of this data. In data process, importance is given to the retention policy, how long it will be retained, and in data access, information is given to control over who can access to that data, and also if necessary, if that data can be deleted, it could be corrected or not. Then you see the right to privacy, there are certain issues, certain laws are also involved. You see certain laws like Article 21 of Indian Constitution, that is the very fundamental law of the land that guarantees right to privacy. Apart from it, we have also Indian Contract Act, Indian Telegraph Act, then Consumer Protection Act, Indian Copyright Act, Indian Penal Code, IT Act, usually deal with data privacy and privacy, not data privacy, privacy. So right to privacy, as I have already told you, it is recognized as a fundamental right under Part 3 of Indian Constitution, and after 2017, and right to privacy is also being recognized as a human right by United Nations Organization under Article 12 of 1948, that is Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now you see that privacy of children is very, very important here. So I'll be discussing about privacy of children, women and minority a bit, and it will be followed by a tutorial later on. And then some new kinds of cybercrime have arisen. You see, voyeurism, electronic voyeurism is there, phishing attack. And when computer is used as a tool, computer is used as a target. So there are different kind of cyber crimes have come into place, and most of the cyber crimes have also intruded into the private life of the individual. And hence, so when you talk about those very annoyances kind of crimes, we cannot even deter ourselves but to discuss about the cyber law. Cyber law is one law that actually covers the whole cyberspace, and we actually see that it deals with the electronic and digital signature intellectual property, data protection, and crime. And cyber law deals with all variety of, you see, cybercrime. So when you talk about the variety of cybercrime, you have also seen there's it was a virus attack, then we have DOS, okay, that contamination of the system, then destruction of the system at the same time. So you have different way get to see how your computer passcode or security code is being broken down and also bypass the security and get access to the computer. And so different variety of cyber crimes are there, and cyber law provides the protection against those cyber crime. So we actually have some dimensions and aspect of cyber laws. It deals with the electronic and digital signatures. So that basically refers to the signer authentication and message authentication in the digital world, and the message integrity in the digital world. So any electronic signature which will also keep the electronic record safe. Then we talk about the intellectual property, that is also another aspect of cyber law. Then data protection and data privacy, this is very important aspect of cyber law, which we will be discussing more. And here I am giving some references, you simply look into it. So there are some primary sources of, you see, we have mentioned about IT Act rule. IT Act was passed in 2000, and then IT Act rule that came in 2011. Both are very important in terms of understanding the protection to right to privacy. Then we have also other order related to blocking of the website, that is also an act of surveillance on government. Then we talk about digital evidence, which is to be collected and proven in the court as per the provision of Indian Evidence Act. So Indian Evidence Act is there, which is also amended by IT Act, and according to which digital evidence can be collected and can be proven in the court. And then in the bank record, we also see there is a provision of Bankers Book Evidence Act, which is also amended by IT Act. These are relevant. So why these are relevant? Because we also see that when you talk about the financial information, which is a sensitive information, so it's very important privacy document, and the kind of safety measures which are being taken to even keep that record safe is very important. Okay. And hence we have certain laws which are important to understand, even for journalists also. And then we see that we have national privacy principle policies. When we talk about the surveillance will also go in hand with the privacy, right to privacy. Right to privacy is being recognized, and meanwhile government has also, you say, spread the surveillance mechanism. So when we talk about the surveillance mechanism of government, one is Aadhaar. So different way government have been collecting data from us, right? And data are usually stored in these databases, and many a time these databases are also used for micro-targeting, for behavioral advertising, micro-targeting of the population during the election time on the basis of the demographic, their age, their interest, their income level, which are also procured from the electricity bill and different bill items where we can provide our personal information. So those information could also be classified as personal information, demographic informations, which are being used during micro-targeting during election by this government. But that is also a part of government surveillance mechanism. So government usually collect this data, even through Aadhaar also government is collecting data, and there are also different tools through which data from individuals are being collected. Like you see this, we call, we have biometric tools are there, face recognitions, then voice recognition, iris recognition tool, then radio frequency identifiers, then also we have a voice over protocol. So like that way we have different tools and technologies through which data are being collected. And now data has raised a very important issue. Now you see we also have body corporate, like Google is also one body corporate, and there are third party, those are intermediary are also there, third party, and Google can also take information from us and are also sharing those information to third parties. And privacy concern has raised a very important issue in that case, how those information are being handled by body corporate. And we have also certain section incorporated in IT Act to deal with that privacy issues related to body corporate and intermediaries. Now you see the national privacy principle, as I have told you that government has already spreaded that surveillance, but this surveillance is not you say unfair, because government has also gone through a process of making a legal framework of it. And you also see that planning commission, now we have got a rename of it, Niti Aayog. Planning commission had a meeting earlier with a group of experts which is chaired by AP Shah. AP Shah was the chief justice of Delhi High Court, and that Shah report have pondered upon these very principles. They have worked on these very principles. One is the principle of notice. Notice is very important related to privacy. It is about notifying the data subject. So here when we discuss about these principles, it basically emphasized upon the relationship between the data subject and this data which are being taken, data which are being procured, and the data subject. We are the data subject, we individual which are giving data to the body corporate, to even the applications, online applications, and different software companies and different private companies, and to government. We are giving the data and we are the data subject. Okay, so the relation between that data holder and data collector, data subject, and that data processing, the information which is being given, that is a kind of interplay of these three concerns are being dealt with by national privacy principle. So we actually see the principle of notice basically talking about noticing, notifying, notice in the sense giving a notice or notifying the data subject about the collection of this data, and what is being collected, why it is being collected, when it is being collected. So it is very important, right, to notify the data subject that data is being collected, when it is being collected, why the data is being collected. Okay, and so that they could also get the informed consent of the data collector. And then we have principle of choice and the consent. It is basically to give the data subject some choice over correcting the information and also deleting the information. So without the consent of the data subject, data collector cannot share the data with intermediaries and third party. So it is mentioned in the privacy principle that data collector is supposed to give the choice and take the consent from the data subject. Then principle of collection limitation. It basically refers to limitation of the data which are being collected. So whatever data is being collected, those data is supposed to be adequate and relevant to the purpose for which it is being collected. So otherwise, if you actually collect an enormous amount of data, or you see that redundant of data which is not even relevant to the very purpose, it will actually lead to a kind of Orwellian state. Okay, and you also talk about the principle of collection limitation of the data. So only the relevant and adequate data are being collected and should be collected. Then you see the principle of purpose limitation is very important to identify the purpose, and on the basis of the purpose you collect this data and accordingly we notify. Okay. Then you talk about principle of access and corrections. So there are some overlapping of those very principle. So you actually give access of the data to the third party after getting informed consent from the data subject, and also let data subject correct whenever they wish to correct the data and update the data. And then we talk about the principle of disclosure of information. So information is there for disclosure. Even every time we use an application also, you see there is an aspect called data automation. They usually take the information from us, they analyze the information, they also implement their analysis, then they disclose the information. I'll give you one example regarding this data automation. Like we have used this last FM. Suppose we use any applications, they usually take information about the song we prefer, the singer we prefer even, and which film we prefer, and they collect the information, they sense it without even having any control over us. So without having our control over the data, they take the information from us about that data, about that information, about the song we prefer, about the film which from which that song is being popped. Okay. And then they circulate that information across the social media. So they disclose it ultimately. So you see that is the principle of disclosure, and disclosure is also have different purpose. And for body corporate, you see body corporate purpose is marketing oriented, so they are driven by the profit. Okay. So disclosure of information, they can disclose the information once they get permission and consent from the data subject. And principle of security, it is very important, that is also related to those data I have already told you. So a proper restriction and reasonable restriction and security mechanism has to be placed so that you see data whatever being collected are secured. Okay. And principle of openness is very important. Openness is also related to the procedure of collecting data and the whole procedure, how you are collecting the data, and that is in compliance with the you see in compliance with the whole process of data collection. So the procedure, the way you have collected data, that should not minimize someone's understanding about the data generations or data collection, in the sense that when I am giving data, so I'm also open to I know the way they have collected and why I am giving that consent. So that is basically the openness of the privacy principle. And that principle of accountability, that data is supposed to be disclosed, but if that person doesn't want the data to be disclosed, data subject, it is not to be disclosed. So we talk about, and the greater accountability is there. It is also government, when they hold this data, they procure data from us, they are accountable how they use those data. It's very, very important. And there is also, you see, purpose limitation and collection limitation involved. Purpose limitation and collection limitation. So we also see that is Electronic Frontier Foundation Privacy International Action and Access. They drafted International Principle on Application of Human Rights to Communication Surveillance. Now you see how privacy is related to surveillance. It is also important. So we will move to the next slide. Okay. Prior to it, okay. So when you talk about surveillance, surveillance has a different reference altogether from privacy. So when okay, because this is different. Basically, it is talking about the children privacy online. So we talk about this surveillance. Surveillance mechanism is connected to privacy at the same time, and at times government come up with different surveillance mechanism. Government, you say, in online, government can even block the internet service providers. They can block service providers. And in China, autocratic regime usually exercise lot of surveillance over the citizens on the use of information. So basically, this is also a way to restrict the freedom of movement, freedom of opinion, freedom of press and expression. So you see that when you talk about this government surveillance, it is also important to understand some of the tools. Like we see the content filtering is there, and content catching tool is there. So it is through which some of the content which are sensitive are being caught by government, and also stop from being disclosed. And also you see content filtering, filter some of the content which are deemed to be very sensitive. So that is also a part of surveillance mechanism. And whenever there is a surveillance in place, there are also certain clauses that government need to satisfy. So you see in India, even in other countries also, these very clauses are familiar and similar. You see, we used to transmit information, and we use not to transmit information which will actually divulge the state secret. We will not to transmit certain information which will also lead to harm the national integrity and sovereignty of the country. We will not to transmit certain information which will also lead to defamation of an innocent person. We will not to transmit information which will also lead to public disorder. So these are the very clauses which we need to satisfy and follow in terms of surveillance. Not we, the government usually follows in terms of surveillance. So we see here, when we discuss about the IT Act, we also have an IT Act, Information Technology Act, and we have Information Technology Rule. Information Technology Act was passed in 2000, and Information Technology Rule came in 2011. And both this provide, both this you say act and also rule provided a provision to protect the right to privacy. So, and it has also given the government power to issue direction for interception. You see, at the same time, when government can intercept our call, suppose public body, the state can intercept our call, so that is entirely on the surveillance basis. So government exercise surveillance and intercepting the call. So government, especially the Home Ministry and Home Department of the state government, has the right to exercise surveillance, and they can also issue direction regarding intercepting of the call. Apart from that, we have also National Human Rights Commission, then Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, can also go for intercepting, request for blocking of certain website or intercepting, not intercepting the call, they put up a request for blocking of certain website. But that the Joint Secretary of you see Home Department, Ministry of Home Department in state government and central government can issue direction regarding intercepting of the call if they found any doubtful. And IT Act, there is also provision, section 69 of the IT Act actually dealing with the power of issue direction for interception or monitoring or decryption of any information through any computer resources. Then we have rule 419A or 419A that was added to Indian Telegraph Rule 1951 under the Indian Telegraph Act, that has provided who can access the order on interception of communication. Then, as I have already told you, that government need to satisfy certain clause, and if it is necessary or expedient to do so in the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India, defense of India, security of the state, friendly relation with the foreign state, public order, preventing incitement to the commission of any cognizable offences relating to the above, and investigation of any offence. So here we actually get to see these are the clauses which are similar almost all the regime across the world, not only in India. In China also, when we talk about the blanket surveillance, we have certain example in China, like China adopted that gold seal software project through which try to catch the content, sensitive content of users. And also there is a green dam project that is another project, that's a software which Chinese government came up with a private body and invested lakhs of rupees to even make this software and pre-install this software with the technology, okay, in order to find the uses of sensitive information by the users. Now there is also a very important question: what is sensitive information? So when you talk about the sensitive information, it is important to understand the classification of privacy, private information, information, and sensitive information. Okay, so here we see that when you talk about the private information is basically not classified. These are not classified information. But when you talk about the sensitive information are to be classified information. And why we did not have a privacy law that too in place, although we have Digital Personal Data Protection Act now. So earlier we also have that provision in the cyber law to deal with the privacy of the individual, but that was not implemented properly. But in 2018 we have Personal Data Protection Bill that was passed, and that became an act, that was Digital Personal Data Protection Act. In 2013 that became an act, and that has provided a protection over the data which are used across the internet. But here they also said that the data which could be protected under the act are supposed to be digital only. So it is not applicable to offline world. It is only applicable to online space, cyberspace. And when you talk about the cyberspace is also involve the computer network, computer hardware, software, tools, mobile phone, a device, the information and communication device that you have used. So it involves many numbers of tools. So here we also see that why we could not so far executing privacy law. There is a reason also that we did not have a legal framework for privacy, and on the basis of which we can actually draw a law. So after the verdict of the Supreme Court, we get to see there is a framework placed under which we could also claim for privacy. So privacy was also inherent in right to liberty, no doubt. But you see, right to liberty is also a bit Western concept when we talk about, and many a time it is also said we have a Indian version of human rights. We talk about right to life, right to dwelling houses, and also right over our body. But at the same time, our rights are mostly collective right. We believe mostly in collective right, modern rights. But human rights concept originated in the West, actually. But we also have a link to human right concept, so it is not unknown to us, about which we have already discussed. No. So we see that although we have that privacy framework now, but we did not classify the information properly, whether this very information are sensitive and this very information are private, and which information are to be sensitive and which information are to be private. Then we did not have any kind of framework to determine the cross-border functionality, cross-border flow of the data. we did not have any law that will determine the cross-border flow of data, and hence it is also very, very difficult to put in place a privacy law and data protection law. But you see, when we talk about the e-commerce and all, everything is governed by IT Act and cyber law. But the jurisdiction of one country is also a matter, because we see that in case of cyberspace there is no specific jurisdiction. So when we talk about the legal jurisdictions and it will be executed to which boundary is also a question. So there are certain lacuna to come up with a privacy law in Indian context. Because of this very problem, we cannot even consider for a privacy protection law. Now you see that we have discussed about children's privacy online. That is also one issue nowadays, because whenever we talk about privacy of adult privacy of human being, we also try to bring in the children's privacy. And that issue actually came up from very negative revelation of a mother about a problem of her child, and that too in US. So the child is suffering from frustrated related issue, some frustration related issue, which is also being disclosed online. And you see, after that, mother got lot of support from the online community. But at the same time, that privacy issue of that children, that is has that private life of that children has been disclosed, in the sense that his health issues is being discussed openly, although got the support. And then it might also lead to a negative repercussion on the children, and that was very prominent. And from that, this issue all of like sharenting has come. Now this is also very debatable issue, the sharenting, and in Indian context we do not have any kind of law as such. And the social media has also give us that identity. At the same time, it is an extension of our life, extension of our day-to-day engagement. So we usually engage with social media for our personal well-being, right? And even for sociability. And there are also different needs which usually an online media, or you see that social media gratify. So that children privacy online usually comes so when the information is shared by the parents, whether parents should take consent from the children or not. Now this is actually an issue, because children cannot give informed consent because they are not matured by faculty. So informed consent cannot be given by the children. So if you reveal any information related to health, now health is a sensitive information, health related information is sensitive information, and if you are revealing the sensitive information related to health, so definitely it will lead to negative repercussion on the children. Okay. So here we also see that there is a due diligence guideline that require intermediaries to notify users not to update, transmit and store any information that is pedophilic or harm minors in any way. So you talk about this intermediaries, basically these are the third parties, and third parties get the information from Google even. We also see from those services which we usually use on day-to-day basis, right? And those intermediaries are being told that they need to notify user not to update, transmit and store any information that is pedophilic and harm minors in any way. Okay. So further, the intermediary is also required to inform the police about such information and preserve the record for 90 days. So it is mentioned in the Indian IT Act. Okay, and in 66 of IT Act 66E has also been inserted into the IT Act, which penalizes the capturing, publishing and transmission of images of the private area of any person without their consent under circumstances violating the privacy of the person. So that is also another important issue. Casting couch is happening in the media, so they are also capturing the moment, private intimate moment. So that is highly debatable at the same time, because they intruded into the private life of the people. That how media has also intruded into the private life of the people at times. So IT Act has basically, it is meant for using this online tools, online camera, and capturing the private moment. And also there is a region for electronic voyeurism. We talk about the electronic voyeurism. Electronic voyeurism is there, and even children could also be subject to electronic voyeurism, and that might lead to harm, bring harm to them, and other subject to any pedophilic activities. So section 66C, make an offense to fraudulently and dishonestly make use of electronic signature, password, and other unique identification feature of any person. And section 66D makes it an offense to cheat by personation by means of any communication device or computer resource. So where when you use to find this impersonation, this is basically a phishing attack. This might also happen to anyone. You also see that cheating by impersonating yourself. So a person can impersonating your identity, masquerading himself as you, and take all the login credentials. And a site can also masquerade itself as another site. A site can masquerade itself as a other site can also take the login credentials from the data subject, from the users, and can also harm the privacy of the individual. And this is basically known as phishing attack, about which we have a certain clause. And also you see message which grossly offensive has also minarcing character, and sometimes this is also related to, you see, some of the offensive messages. So that also harm the privacy of the people, because via phishing attack they could also target people. They could also go for cyber stalking, that is another variety of crime. So there are so many varieties of crime, and which will actually intrude the private life of the individual, so privacy of that person. So that person will not be secluded enough, because they are also subject to these varieties of crime, because cyber stalking can be possible. Phishing attack, logging credentials have been taken, and also disturb that person, taking the phone numbers and also giving him her call at odd times. Okay, and also you see some offensive, grossly offensive messages being sent, and also hurt that private space of that person. At the same time, false information for the cause of annoyance, inconvenience, danger, insult, criminal intimidation, enemy, hatred, ridicule. This will also, you see, intrude the privacy of that person. So these very issues are related to the privacy. So any issues related to cybercrime are also relatable to right to privacy. And then we actually talk about the provision of IT Act and protection against the violation of the privacy. And what do you mean by intrusion of computer and mobile devices? So intrusion of computer and mobile devices, that means access to. So we talk about the hacking also, that bypassing the source code and also software, that unauthorized access is possible through which. And then we talk about the accessing, downloading, copying, and extraction of this data, and extract any data, that is also another you say intrusion of privacy. Then intrusion of computer contamination through virus, that is also another intrusion of computer and mobile device. Disruption, denial of access, facilitating access by an unauthorized person is also related to you see intrusion to privacy. Stealing, concealing, destroying, altering source code with an intention is also related to intrusion of privacy. Then you see the reflection upon this is a reflection upon Google privacy policy. So all of you actually know about how Google take information from us, and basically there are certain things that you create and provide to us. Google said that there are certain things that we create and provide to them. Okay, so and type of information that Google collect as you use our service, and purpose of collecting the service and the benefit they take from it. So you see that when you use a Google browser, so there is a unique identifier which will actually take all the information from us about the setting of the device that you have used, the mobile network that you have used, the operating system that you have used, as well as the applications that you have used. So most of the informations have already been taken by the Google because we are using that particular service. Apart from that, we also see in My Activity, we can see in Google there is an option called My Activity. So you'll get to see the keyword that we have searched, the videos that you have watched, right? And also about the location which we have visited, about which also information is being shared by the Google, and nearby information about the nearby tools and technologies, suppose mobile tower nearby us, any Wi-Fi enabled device nearby us, and also about the IP address are also being extracted by the Google. So once you get the service, once you use the service, you are also susceptible to give the information, and the kind of information they are collecting are sensitive. Now you see, these are not personal information. We are talking about personal and private information. We might also personalize information which are supposed to be public. We might say that this is our personal information on the basis of our own choice. Okay, but when you talk about sensitive information like your name is public, but your address, your date of birth is a sensitive personal information, and about your residential details, okay, are also personal information, and these information are now considered sensitive. Your password details are always saved in a Google, so very sensitive information. Your credit card details are saved, credit payment details are saved. These are all sensitive information which are being stored in the Google. So each time you use a service, you are also subject to give your personal information to the Google. You are susceptible to privacy violation. Okay, so you see the type of information they collect. They mention that what type of information we will collect, but they have also said that without our consent they are not going to share those information with subsidiary, third party, as well as intermediary or any other subsidiary services. So purpose of collecting the services and benefit they take from it. So Google also mentioned about why they are collecting. They are collecting those information. They call it as a service. They are collecting those information from us in order to improve their service. They said that to give us protection, to detect even the fraud, to detect the malware, virus, etc. To give a very enriching experience, they usually provide us those services, and also to collect information from us. They collect information to detect the fraud, to detect any malware and etc. And virus, and also give us a very improved, enriching services and benefit which we can take from it. Then we have already told you about data automation. It is there by a lot of technologies are usually go for data automation. Data automation is executed by those technologies. Like you have the JICU, Last.fm. They usually, what they do, they acquire data from us. They analyze those data. And they implement the data, then they disclose the data. They acquired information about our location, and without even taking our consent at times, and without having user control, they take certain data. So some data are also being given or even shared without our consent, although they said that we usually take your consent while taking this data. Okay, and then they analyze this data as per their marketing needs, and they made it available online, and those data can also be disclosed at the same time. You see, most of the, when you listen to a song, the information about that song is also available for everyone, and especially in Last.fm. And now in many online services, even Spotify, those information are being disclosed. So these are also connected nowadays. Why AI technology is there? AI technology connect this information, so AI algorithm, and it has also created a actually created a blot on the privacy when you talk about this AI. So we talk about now Ministry of Information and Technology published a draft rule under section 43A in order to define sensitive personal information and to prescribe reasonable security practices that body corporate must observe in relation to information they hold. Now you see, when you talk about the sensitive personal information, so we have a section 43A that defines that sensitive personal information are basically the physical and physiological information, our mental health related information, our health record. Then password is our sensitive information, our credit details and financial information. So like that way they have classified that sensitive information. In terms of health, we have also different varieties of sensitive information, right from the bills, pharmaceutical bills, and the test result, diagnosed, any kind of diagnostic results. And then also you talk about you see that dental record, okay, and so these all are encompassing as sensitive information. Then you have right to, after this privacy, we will move to right to information. So this is also relatable, quite relatable, but we have discussed about the privacy thoroughly, and privacy is important to understand the surveillance of the government, let me tell you. And when you understand the surveillance has been executed in a fair legal framework, executed through a fair legal framework, as we have some national principle of privacy. But at the same time, when you talk about the private bodies like MyGeo, and there are also other bodies, they usually take some subsidiary information from us, apart from the very basic information for which they provide us that service. You know, suppose you are also getting MyGeo services for basically the voice call, but they will also take the information related to your audio details and your information about your voice, information about the location. Okay, so some of the subsidiary informations are usually being submitted when you use one particular service. Okay, and when you talk about the personal data protection bill, now it has tried to give protection to the digital footprint of the individuals. No, this personal data protection bill, that is basically digital personal data protection bill, in contrast to GDPR, that is also General Data Protection Regulation, which was which has been prevailed in European Union. In international perspective, that general personal data protection regulation, that is GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, is basically both for offline and online purpose. But when you talk about our Indian Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which was passed in 2023, that is actually meant for safeguarding the digital footprint related to privacy and this data. Then we have right to information. When you talk about the information, it's a very important right to information, right to free press, right to expression, right to opinion. And right to information is basically comprehended as right to seek, right to impart information, right to seek, receive and impart information. And when you talk about the freedom of expression now, that is also quite relatable to right to information. First, this is very important for journalists, right to hold information, and when you actually go for in-depth reporting, right to information will definitely very important. And Then you see this is basically replaces the erstwhile Freedom of Information Act in 2002, and we have a HD Shori draft that was the basis of Freedom of Information Bill, and which eventually became law under Freedom of Information Act. So Government of India has also created a committee under the chairmanship of Dr. HD Suri, and they have drafted a bill, that is Freedom of Information Bill, which became act in 2002, and that act was replaced by Right to Information Act in 2004. In Right to Information Act, I have not mentioned the year, in 2004. So this act actually applies to all the state and union territories except Jammu and Kashmir. Under the provision of this act, you see, any citizen can request information to a public authority which is instituted by the government in each state on any government information, information about any department, information about government certified samples, and any kind of record, logbooks, and also if there is a delay in information, then also they are supposed to give information about why there is a delay, okay, and also justification about why there is a delay. So you see, this act actually requires public authority to computerize the information. Now it will provide a easy recourse to citizens to get this information, and hence we actually see that is that actually requires public authority to computerize the information for easy dissemination. And at the same time, it is trying to break the wall of secrecy of the government and provide the unclassified information that is beyond the Official Secret Act. There is certain of information, unclassified information about any developments that the whole government are doing, and as government is also accountable to the citizens, any unclassified information is to be given to the citizen, okay. And then we also see, when you talk about freedom of expression, because the right to information is also very equivalent, very important to understand freedom of expression at the same time, I'll discuss it about later. So we talk about the role of public information officer, because we are simply seamlessly moving through the slide. So here you see that as part of RTI applications, we also have role of public information officer and assistant public information officer, and role of Central Information Commission. This public information officer is there, and to help him out in terms of get the complaints and the request, we also have an assistant public information officer, and there is also a Central Information Commission who will take the complaint if there is no public information officer available in a state. So we have a Central Information Commission. They will take the complaint from the person and from the concerned person who is trying to put up an RTI but unable to do it just because of non-availability of public information officer. So information officer is PIO is basically recruited by the government for each state. And then what is the fee? Fee is a very nominal fee. So if you actually seek for any information, first hour is basically, you see, free hour. But each subsequent hour of searching the information will charge 5 rupees. And when you actually put up that applications, you are also supposed to pay 10 rupees. And if you belong to this BPL category, then you need to put up proof that claim that you are from BPL category. And then duration of receiving information, it is also mentioned that within 30 days you will receive the information. Okay, and it is very relevant for RTI. That is also for media personnel, it is very relevant. I'll be telling you about this. But apart from this, this is very important, that the kind of information which we can procure through ITI, you actually see that information means any material in any form, including the record, document, memes, email, opinions, advices, press releases, circulations, order, logbooks, contract, report, papers, samples, etc., etc. You see, so we can get information, receive information on these variety forms. Okay, and following is exempt from disclosure under section 8 of the act. So we see that there are certain information which also exempted from disclosure, as I have already discussed about those clauses. So certain information are exempted from disclosure if it harms the sovereignty and integrity of India. Then it will also you see hurt the security, strategic, scientific and economic interest of the state. So any information that will actually hurt the strategic, scientific and economic interest of the state is not supposed to be disclosed. And information which has been expressly forbidden, some information are forbidden by the court of law, and that could also lead to contempt of court, that could lead to contempt of court, will also not to be disclosed. Then we talk about certain information which are not to be disclosed, which might also breach the privilege of the parliament. Okay, those information are not to be disclosed. Then there are also certain information like commercial confidence, trade secret are not supposed to be disclosed, because that will also hurt the competitive status, competitive position of the third party. Then there are certain information, you see, there are which are not to be disclosed, like you see are basically of you see private nature, nothing to do with public activity, are not to be disclosed. Okay, then we see the relevance of RTI for media personnel. So we will be discussing about it, and how relevant it is. When you talk about this investigative journalism, we talk about the role of media to give in-depth coverage of the issues, and also media has a role in information dissemination. Media has a role to go in depth of any issues. Then we talk about the relevance of RTI, Right to Information Act, and also make a Right to Information Act will make government accountable at the same time. And for media personnel, how to go about it. So I'll also have a short exercise about regarding this. So I'll let you write, and not related to RTI, but when we will discuss about how to write, then you will get to learn more about it. Okay, so I'm ending my presentation here today. So this is all. If you have any issues or any questions, so you can come forward. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
First of all, good morning.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for comprehension, all the views, all the aspects, all the dimensions.
Yeah.
You have.
You can take the mic. Yeah.
You have covered up. I'm excited with those all the dimensions. I'm connecting how I've experienced and how some of the persons or my neighbors, they have been affected without knowing these things. So
Give him the mic. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. So there I have been observed, as we are adult, still some of the information, some of the laws, we are not aware about that, right? So in terms of the kids or children, for them it is more severe, I feel, because as we are mature, somehow we understand this information we should not be shared, which is very sensitive. It may be harm to other person, or it may be harm to some community, it may be harm to to enter state or enter country for our in terms of like integrity, nationality, this thing. So it is very important to disseminate those information to our kids, to our students, whoever near of us. I think so. It is very important. So some of the questions I have,
Yeah.
not questions, it is
Observation.
queries. Like electronic signature or photos or images, which is personal, very secret or very security purpose, that sometime the third party or sometimes those private companies, they collect.
They collect
Yes.
information.
So
Private
there is
companies
a
collect.
law. There is a law. There is a framework.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cyber
we know
law is
about.
there.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Cyber
Yes,
law
ma'am.
is there
Yes,
to
you
deal
have-
with the
yes, ma'am.
electronic signature.
Sometimes there might be someone who, for the personal benefit, or to take action against those person. Maybe, might be there, might be. So now those person already work in that institution and he has a against of those person. So in this situation, although there is a law, so if it is the person is work in the law in the government bodies, maybe not in the private bodies. So if or they are try to do something against of those,
Oh,
how
it can
is-
bring harm.
Yes,
Okay, you are
yes, ma'am.
saying that whenever there is, you're talking about the electronic signature and all, no? It is also wiretapping and all. Yeah, yeah. So you said that who will be actually responsible, whether the person concerned who is taking the information from as he is working in somewhere else, then organization, he represent that organization. At times you see some organization, when we work in an organization, that organization usually had a policy to take the information, take our personal information. So we are supposed to submit the personal information, so which are to be in safe custody in that organization. But if one organization is collecting information from another organization or about a person working in another organization, and that too in an unauthorized way, without getting any consent from his organization or from the data subject, from the person from which he has collecting the information, then that is considered a breach of privacy. Okay, but when we talk about our employees, so employers usually take some of the personal information. But regarding the interception and wiretapping, not everybody can do. Now you see, hacking is a different kind of crime, and now hackers are available. You see, like black hackers, white hackers are available, and even a common citizen can also hack your phone call, your mobile devices, your computer, and can break the source code and bypass the source code, take the information from your computer resources. No. And when you talk about the organization, in organization we usually have ethical hackers to even identify those black hackers. Okay, and organization usually cannot wiretap unless and until they get the permission, and that is also permission from the home ministry to wiretap a call. Okay, and also to intercept a call. So that interception and wiretapping is possible. As I have already told you, direction regarding this could be issued by home minister only, but at institutional level, at confidential level, if something is happening and we are unaware, that could be mitigated via the act. Okay, because whatever we are submitting, that is also on our consent basis. So we give consent to use that information. We are submitting this information to these organizations. You are also collecting all our data regarding our family, regarding our children, regarding my well-being, regarding my personality. You have collected the information. Now, while using that information, whether it is for our benefit or their benefit, I need to know, because I have every right to know how this information are supposed to be used. Okay, so that is dealt by that data protection bill, digital data protection bill, and also by cyber law. But many a time privacy is an issue which is not known to many. And every now and then our privacy is violated, because computer becomes a resources easily susceptible to get corrupted and also disruption and interfered. So when you talk about these computer resources, and when we are open to network, then you never know that each time information which are being circulated will be interrupted or interfered. So it will be taken away by someone else, because you do not have control, because now that information has been circulated in the network. But if you were using a connection, a network from an organization, so definitely you are giving certain information to organization, but they are also liable to give protection to that information, not to deter the services, the progress of the services, also easy availability of the services or easy consumption of the services. Okay, so that is important.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I have another query.
Yeah.
Many persons, they have been victimized, like some messages came in their mobile phone. So you pay this much amount, you will get this.
These are fraud. These are fraudulent activities. That
Yes,
also
ma'am.
hamper our privacy. That messages hampers our privacy. That is, privacy means we want to seclude it from the rest, in the sense, you see. So in a way, so our space has been interfered. Our personal space, I told you that personal space, that physical space as well as our mental space has been intruded by those messages. So you can either block it or don't disturb. That DND is always there, that features is there, you can go for it.
Is there any tracking to or their digital footprint to tracing them from the government, because they have without knowing or somewhere unaware, they send blindly to money to them. So because of they are greedy, they also want to get more money. So sometimes they are become victimized. Sometimes they send by video calling, like through WhatsApp. I don't know WhatsApp through they can do trace or not, I don't know. But sometimes they call through videos like that.
This is also part of telemarketing. This is part of that behavioral advertising. Now we are susceptible to it. So everybody is used to that micro targeting, as our data is already in the cloud. So cloud computing today is these days are days of cloud computing. So all our personal data are already stored in the cloud. So we don't even think to store it, because it doesn't require active direct management. We don't have to actively involve in managing the data. So we can store the data in the cloud. Okay. Now you see, when data are stored in the cloud, these are susceptible to be violated. So we also know somebody can take away, and even the service that we are using from a browser and from applications. So you usually use the service, and they do have terms and conditions, but they will take the personal information, because without taking this personal information, they will not provide you the service. But yeah, there is a provision of opt-out, as I have already told you in the national principle, in where I told you in, okay, there are some national principle here. You actually see the choice and the consent. In choice, you can actually opt in and opt out, giving the information. There is also a form at times when you go visit a site, that form will come and pop up and ask about your information, about the product you likely to buy, likely to purchase, and you usually give the information, and then you get call from that advertisers or from that company to buy that product. But if you opt out not to do, so definitely that is your choice, no? So although you have given consent, but if you opt in, you have given consent, but you have a choice to opt out even. So I'm not going to fill up this form, okay, because I have come here to read some information. But at the same time, when you come digital, and when you visit a website, you also leave a digital trail, and that trail can also be used by advertisers. The kind of content that you have, yeah, you have reached, you have read out, you have used. So that is also one aspect of it. And you see, in network we usually have that wall gardens syndrome, because there are certain sites which are always placed in a favorable place, and there are certain sites which are at a disadvantaged place. So there is an asymmetry in the network, although network is a very anachronistic you say space, the network. This is free for all, and this is not to be regulated by anyone. But you see, there are certain sites, they usually have a very favorable status, and there are certain sites they usually have a disadvantaged status, and that is based on the affluence and money of that site, you know. So there are some ISPs or internet service provider, they will always give a favored status to media conglomerate some sites, and they can get better visibility in online. Although there is a mechanism called search engine optimization, through which we can provide keyword and also ranking could be index through even that crawler. But yeah, apart from search engine optimization, this whole network is also divided into favored and you say unfavored zone. So government at times put in place numerous surveillance technologies, you know. As I have told you, in China there is a surveillance regime. They came up with internet that cartoons that navigated through all the web pages. So each time a user visits a web pages, that internet cartoon will navigate through the web pages. Okay, so that mechanism is there. And this is not basically to, you say, answer the question of the user, although they have meant that internet cartoons are there to answer the queries of the users about various laws. But these internet cartoons usually intimidate the users not to engage in any harmful behavior, or also use any sensitive information which is deemed sensitive by the government. And then now we also see that we talk about this IT cell and all, and this very IT cell is already there, created in China during that 2006 in Nanjing University. So this is also a collaborative project of students. So they procure some fund, and they also recruit one to teach a proper line of behavior online. Okay, and that same practice has been adopted by Indian government also, by ITSEC. Now they try to that execute a proper line of behavior, but how far it is fair, that is a question. Okay, so like that way there are different surveillance technique which are in place in terms of even you say internet cafe. So the number of sites which are being visited, IP address of those internet cafe which are being used, telephone numbers are supposed to be put in, and telephone number from which that internet is being accessed are also to be provided by the government. The number of internet cafe which are also there in one locality is to be registered. In that way also government has already provided a surveillance. So all the informations are being located, so classified in that way, and they're trying to understand how we are using this media and internet technologies. Okay, so this is basically internet specific lecture. So when we talk about the privacy, but privacy has a bigger dimension. And when you talk about the general data protection regulation, that is actually applicable to European countries, not in India. But we do have a personal data protection bill, that is a digital personal data protection bill to protect the that digital signature, electronic signatures, then digital you say data and all. So that is one thing. And anything else? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a blessed morning full of enjoyment. Of course, today our lecture is entitled The Right to Environment. We have been spending a lot of time talking about human rights, children's rights, human rights and media tracking, and also women's liberation movement, women's movement, and we have tackled also the most vulnerable people in our society and their rights. Of course, in order to enjoy or feel the full enjoyment of our rights, of course, we need a place, a very clean water to drink. We need also a very clean air to breathe, and we need a very beautiful earth, okay, on which we can enjoy our life in peace, safety, and of course, thank you. So, as I have said, today will be the lecture will be very special, as it is also related to human rights. But this time we are going to talk about the right to a healthy environment. I do believe that if we would like to enjoy our human rights, we need a very beautiful earth, a very clean earth, and a very safe, healthy earth in order to enjoy and to perform all our rights. So the right to health, to a healthy environment, is recognized as is essential for the enjoyment of other human rights, such as the right to health, the right to life, and the right to water. So without a healthy, a blessed environment, so we cannot enjoy such rights. So today, of course, in light of these blessings, of course, aspiring for a healthy environment, we opt for these objectives for our lecture. So first of all, we are going to understand the concept of the environment, the right to environment. We are going to see what does it mean, the environment in the first place. Then we are going to tackle the right to environment. What do we mean by the right to environment? And what is the environment in the first instance? So we are going to see this. Also, we are going to explore the importance of environmental rights in human rights context. We have been talking, as I have said before, about maybe all the human rights in details, women, be they women, men, or children, people with disabilities. But of course, all these people, in order to enjoy their rights or their full rights, so they should live in a very healthy, or enjoy the living in a very healthy place. The other objective is that we aim to analyze global and national efforts in environmental protection. We have already dealt with many international treaties, many institutional frameworks, of course, that advocated or which advocated for the rights of human beings. But today we are going also to see what are the international treaties that advocate, of course, for the right to a healthy environment, which is as essential as all our rights. So, what is the first question that we may ask, for example, in this context, is before, of course, tackling the right to a healthy environment, what is the environment in the first instance? So, the environment provides essential resources such as air to breathe, water to drink, and soil to grow food. And it also supports biodiversity by maintaining balanced ecosystems. So this is the environment. Of course, sometimes we can talk about many types of the environment, like for example the natural environment. For example, we can talk also about biotic factors. We can talk about abiotic factors. So what do you mean by natural environment? For example, so this includes the physical, biological aspects that occur naturally. So this is the environment, and it has also biotic factors. It means all living components such as plants, animals, fungi, for example, and microorganisms. So this is what we mean by biotic factors. This is grosso modo, it's the environment. Also, there are some abiotic factors like what, like non-living elements like air, water, soil, for example, minerals, sunlight, and the sea, for example, temperature. So all these things, so they are very, they all what is what surrounds us. So this is it makes the environment. Also, the environment encompasses structures and areas. Okay, what's surrounds human beings, for examples, for living, for working, for recreation, such as cities, buildings, for examples, agricultural fields. So all these things. So we can call them the environment. Also, the environment encompasses everything surrounding us, both natural or indirectly human-made things, for example. So either directly or indirectly affect life. So everything that affects our life, so it is considered as the environment, either implicitly or explicitly. Also, as I have said, sometimes even we can say that the environment includes all these things that I have said: air, water, land, plants, or some natural things, and at the same time human made things. Types of the environment. So it's very good to talk about what is the environment. Yes, so we have seen that everything that surrounds us, either it is natural or human made, but at the same time there are some types of environment like terrestrial environment. It is land, for example. It includes forests, deserts, grasslands, urban areas. So this is what we mean by terrestrial environment. There is also the aquatic environment, as I have said. So this is water-based environments, including oceans, rivers, lakes, and wetlands. And those types, of course, they are overlapped, they are intertwined. We cannot separate them, because all of them we can label them as the environment. Atmospheric environment also. It's the layer of gases surrounding Earth, so it's the atmosphere, and this is why we have sometimes we talk about climate change nowadays, which includes factors like air quality. This is something very important, and climate. So this is the atmospheric environment. So this is just to know what is the environment before, in order to know your right to environment, which is something that is very related to our life. If we would like to live, I do believe in a very peaceful, healthy environment, so we should in the first instance know what is the environment. It's like knowing what are our rights. Being aware of the nature of the definition of the concept of the environment is very necessary, of course, to know our right to that environment. So when we talk, for example, about terrestrial environment, so we should know it's about land or forest or deserts or grasslands. So it means that we should, as human beings, for example, so we should enjoy the right, of course, to these things. Like aquatic, for example, we should have the right to water, and not any water. When we talk about the right to environment, we should have the right to clean water that we can drink, and we can drink it in a healthy way without being or falling sick. Atmospheric also, we have the right for or the right to breathe a very clean air. So the quality of air also does matter. So you see, so those are the types of the environment that we should be aware of, in addition, of course, to the concept of the environment or the definition of the environment. Now, while knowing the concept of the environment, now we should move to the right to a healthy environment. So what's in a name? What do we mean by the right to environment? What's in a name? So this is sometimes it's a very debatable issue, because when we talk about the environment, this is something, it's a global issue nowadays. But why? Because we live in one earth, and we live in one space, and it regardless of the geographical location, for example, of our countries. But we do share the same air, for example, we do share the same earth, and this is something very important. It makes this issue a global one. And at the same time, it makes even our worrying about this issue a global one, because everyone on this earth, for example, is worrying and is fretting about the environment, is fretting about water, is fretting about the quality of the air, is fretting about the soil, for example. So this is something that concerns us as a human being. Well, so let's see. So the right to environment, it means protection from environmental degradation. So you should be protected from environmental degradation. So this is the right to environment. So we shouldn't live in a polluted, for example, area, because this will affect our health and will affect our health. And if our health is affected, so of course we cannot perform at rights. Remember that I told you before in the previous lectures that maybe the most important thing that people should enjoy is health care, because if you are not healthy, you cannot think, you cannot write, you cannot move, you cannot perform your daily, for example, activities, and this is something that of course will affect our daily lives. And in order to be healthy and in order to enjoy your health, so you should be protected from environmental degradation. The second thing is that you have the right to access to clean water, of course, to clean air that you breathe, to safe living spaces, and these are the blessings. When we came, for example, to this earth, so the earth was a very clean space. But of course, because of industrial revolution and because of many technological revolutions, unfortunately speaking, so human beings have polluted this earth and have polluted the environment. So therefore, we are negotiating nowadays the right to environment. You see, we do have or we should enjoy access to clean air, water, and safe living spaces in order to protect our health or in order to keep our health safe. We mean by the right to environment protection from pollution. And this is a very serious, disastrous phenomenon, of course, that everyone all over this globe, of course, suffers from. We suffer from pollution because of industry, because of because of the mining also, and many industrial activities. Unfortunately, the people who are in charge of this industrial project, so they don't care about the environment, but just about their incomes, and unfortunately speaking. But anyway, so this is what we mean by the right to environment. Conservation of natural resources. So this is also your right. So you should have access to natural resources, like for example oceans, like seas, land, also soils, the air. So these are the natural resources. It means they are not human made. They are there, naturally speaking. Biodiversity and ecosystem protection. So this is what we mean by the right to environment. So of course, in order to preserve our environment, we need to balance the ecosystem. If we don't know how to balance the ecosystem, and because of pollution, sometimes the ecosystem gets really unbalanced and very affected, and it affects also the biodiversity. Climate change mitigation and adaptation. This is maybe the very controversial issue, debatable issue that we suffer from nowadays, is the climate change. And I think that you can even deduce that wherever you go nowadays, so you find that there is this climate change that affects, for example, not just the atmosphere or the balance of the ecosystem, but also it affects human being in the first instance. You see now many catastrophic disasters all over the world, like heavy rains, for example, high temperature, sometimes even even for example we don't have that ecosystem balance, so and this is something that affects, of course, human beings. And of course, because of all the things that I have said, industrial revolution, um, mining and many other industrial activities. So of course, there has been like many issues that rise because of pollution and because of that ecosystem imbalance. Like for example, these are global environmental issues. Wherever you go, for example, so you will find that we suffer from the air quality. Okay, so this is something that we suffer from. Also, this is an issue. Water pollution. Also, this is a problem that we suffer from. Deforestation also, because of the dissemination of buildings everywhere. So you find buildings. So people are very worried just to build high buildings and forgets about nature and forests. So we have also this problem, and these are global environmental issues that all countries, all nations, all communities and all over the world they suffer from. But of course, we are going to see what are the strategies that countries, for example, will offer in order to protect the environment. There are also many other issues that I have spoken about. So you see climate change, for example, water scarcity, industrial pollution. So these are global environmental issues, and they are not specific to countries. No, they are global because we are living in one earth and we suffer from all these things. Well, now we are going to just watch a video, then we are going to continue our lecture.
Where you live matters. The environment around you can affect your health, safety, and life. That is why activists, indigenous peoples, civil society organizations, and governments have advocated for international recognition of the right to a healthy environment for decades. In October 2021, the United Nations top human rights body overwhelmingly voted to recognize the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. It is now among the universal and inherent human rights that belong to all of us equally, regardless of who or where we are. Having a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment means having clean, safe air, water, land, and soil free from pollution. It also means having healthy ecosystems and a safe climate. Despite this important recognition, there are still many dangers that threaten our right to a healthy environment. Bauxite mining in Guinea and Australia, for example, threatens local communities' access to clean water and air. While in Brazil, man-made fires tied to deforestation release toxic pollution into the air that endanger the health of thousands of people. Such abuses often cause great harm to marginalized communities, but in the end, they affect us all. Environmental rights abuses contribute to climate change, arguably the biggest threat to humanity yet. The World Health Organization predicts that climate change may cause around 250,000 deaths per year between 2030 and 2050. So, how can we reverse this dangerous trend? By holding governments and corporations accountable for environmental harms, demand they take real action to address the global impact of climate change. Think global, act local, and share this video to let others know about their right to a clean and healthy environment. To learn more about the environment and human rights, keep watching our series and subscribe to our channel.
Okay, so as you have seen on this video, so we have the right to a healthy, safe environment. But of course, as you have seen, so sometimes human beings they are very responsible for destroying, okay, those blessings. I do believe that when we talk about clean water, for example, or the quality of air, and even a very clean soil, so these are blessings from God, okay. So and human beings, we have the responsibility to protect those blessings in order to enjoy our life. Otherwise, we are going to just live in a very polluted space, in a very polluted environment, okay, in which we cannot even enjoy the rights that we talked about maybe yesterday and before yesterday. So in order to maybe think about the right to freedom and the right to health, for example, the right to education, where education will take place, okay, if you don't have a very clean, for example, atmosphere, a very clean soil, a very clean water. So you cannot, because this environment is very related to health safety. And if you don't have the right to health safety, so you cannot of course enjoy the other human rights, okay, that we were talking about. So you see, this is something that is happening nowadays, and it's a fact that we cannot deny it at all. But the problem that we should, for example, now negotiate is that what are the solutions? How we can, for example, protect our environment from this destruction? What are the suggestions, and what can we propound, for example, in this context? So these are the things that the United Nations, for example, this organization has, for example, done. So there are many international treaties of the United Nations on environmental rights. So we are going to see now what are those organizations, what are those treaties, of course, that bear the responsibility for protecting the environment. Okay, so. Yes, so as you see here, so there was, of course, the Stockholm Declaration in 1972. That was the foundational United Nations document. And this is a very important document. Why? Because it raised awareness about the need for environmental protection. It recognizes human beings' right to equality, okay, or to a quality environment. We have the right to have a quality environment, a quality air, a quality soil. And also, this is very important. And you say this is in 1972, so it's really it was years and years ago. But still, of course, many countries all over the world, so they have ratified this document, and they are working with it, because it's very necessary, and it is a foundational United Nations document to protect the environment. There is also the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, signed in 1992. And this is again a key outcome of the Earth Summit. There was an Earth Summit in 1992, and it was like a declaration established principles to guide sustainable development globally, emphasizing the need for environmental protection as part of development policy. So this is again another very important document that was, of course, postulated and signed in order to save our planet, in order to save the environment, and of course balance our ecosystems. Also, there has been United Nations Framework Convention on climate change, and that was also signed in 1992. It was like a treaty that aims to stabilize, of course, the greenhouse gas concentrations to prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. And it led also to subsequent agreements like what we are going to see here, like the other document. It's the Kyoto Protocol that was signed in 1997. This Kyoto Protocol also, this is a very crucial document, and it is an extension of all the United Nations document. And this protocol, of course, legally binds developed countries to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, setting the stage for future climate agreements. This is also it was a really very important document among many other documents that were suggested by the United Nations. The Paris Agreement also, that was a very important phase in the development of environment protection. It was a landmark treaty, really, because it builds also on United Nations documents, and at the same time on Kyoto Protocol. And this agreement precisely targets reducing global warming by limiting the temperature increase to well below 2 degrees Celsius. It emphasizes also the importance of climate action and sustainable development as integral to environmental rights. So this is the Paris Agreement, and it was also a very important step in environmental protection. There is also this United Nations General Assembly. This is also a very important document, resolution on the rights to a healthy environment that was just recently, and it was signed by many countries. Now, of course, these are, as we have seen, so these are, generally speaking, these are the United Nations documents, and very important universal documents, of course, that were signed by many countries all over the world, and they were ratified by many countries all over the world. And of course, those documents, again, they will generate other local documents. It means, again, we're going to talk about each country has its particularities, has its own environmental context, also does matter. So we can talk also about environmental context. Like, for example, if we would like to see, because even pollution, it differs, the degree of pollution differs from one country to another. Like if we examine pollution in Morocco, for example, it will not be the same as pollution in India or in another country, or in France or in Spain. So it depends. So here again, so these are universal documents that they are very crucial, yes, very important and very interesting indeed, but at the same time they have generated some local agreements. Why? Because the environmental, as I have said, context does matter, and some countries really, they have taken those documents and they have gone far away, okay, in the protection of the environment. And I'm going to just provide you with a very pertinent example from my country, from the Kingdom of Morocco, to see to what extent our kingdom has, of course, ratified all the United Nations global documents on environmental protection, and to what extent it has gone far, okay, in this question, on this issue of environment development and protection. So really we can claim that, and this is not by me, Morocco's leadership in climate action, but this is of course said by many specialists on the environment. This is how they label Morocco. Why? Because Morocco has indeed made strides in protecting environmental rights, both through its national policies and active participation in global environmental agreements. So Morocco, all the time, wherever there is like a symposium on the environment, so we will find Morocco there, or Moroccan members or activists there. So Morocco is all the time is within, okay, the global agenda. So Morocco also, we can say that faces particular challenges due to its geographical location, sometimes even economic conditions, but still really all over the world, Morocco has been recognized as a leader in climate change initiatives, especially in Africa. So we are going to see why Morocco is labeled as a leadership in climate change. So because of its recent national, of course, policies, and we are going to see what are those policies that Morocco, for example, that Morocco has, of course, made in order to advance the question of environment protection. So, of course, Morocco has been engaged in many worldwide activities, symposiums, environmental conferences, in order, of course, to because all the members or all Moroccan population, so they are very aware of this important issue. And all those national legislations and policies, so they are under royal orientation. So in many times, of course, His Majesty King Mohammed VI so has, of course, postulated many strategies, many policies all throughout Morocco, from Tangiers to Lguira. And we are going to see that in most cities in Morocco there is this consciousness and there is this awareness of protecting the environment. So Morocco so has been engaged in national legislation and policies that concerns, of course, that concern environmental protection. Also, there is something which is very important, and this is why Morocco has been recognized as a leader in environmental protection because of its strategy of renewable energy. I'm going to show you very concrete examples of how Morocco has developed this strategy of launching this renewable energy. Also, there are many anti-pollution measures, okay, that Morocco, of course, has initiated, okay. So really, we can find, and this is just an example, we can find that Morocco has been engaged in this question of environment protection, because all the activists in Morocco and all the intellectuals, for example, so they work together in order to protect the environment, to protect Moroccan people's right to a healthy environment. And this is something very, very important, as I have said. So I'm going to show you very concrete examples about Morocco and how this kingdom is very committed, okay, to environmental rights and to environmental protection. So I have so many examples, but we don't have time to just introduce them all. So this is a very important project that was initiated, of course, under the royal orientation. So the Noor Solar Complex, it is labeled the Noor Solar Complex in Ouarzazate, a city, of course, in Morocco. And this complex is a very powerful example of Morocco's commitment to environmental rights. This is something very important. And of course, it elucidates Morocco's commitment to setting up sustainable development. This project highlights also the intersection of environmental projection and at the same time economic growth. Because when we talk about renewable energy, this is also economy. So it also makes clear Morocco's concern on the question of economic growth, and showcases Morocco as a leader in renewable energy in the region and especially in Africa. So this project completed in phases. So there was, of course, there were steps to complete this project, because it's a project which is, of course, very big. Noor Warzazat, and Noor, it means, of course, light. So this is Noor in Arabic. It covers approximately 3,000 hectares and has a total capacity of 580 watt. It provides clean energy to around 2 million Moroccans, significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So you see, if you still remember that all maybe the Kyoto Declaration and the document and many other documents signed by the United Nations. So they all most of them they talk and they raise this issue of the greenhouse gas. Okay, to reduce the greenhouse gas. So this is a project that is, of course, initiated by the Moroccan Kingdom in order, of course, to contribute to environmental protection and in order to contribute to setting up human beings' right to a healthy environment. There is also, of course, if you see almost in many cities, so you will find such projects, okay, such because there is Noor Ouarzazate, there is also Noor Laayoune and many other cities. But of course, I'm going just to just filter and to focus on some cities. Yes, so you see, so this is the project in Laayoune. Of course, Laayoune is here. It's in the south region of Morocco, and also there is also Boujdour. It's in the south region of Morocco, and also Tarfaya. So these are all these three cities. They are situated here. So it's in the south of Morocco, and they Ouarzazate is here. Is in the east of Morocco. Okay, so all these cities, of course, they have benefited from this solar energy project. Okay, and in many other cities, not just in Laayoune or Ouarzazate or Boujdour, in many other cities. Okay, so Morocco was very committed, of course, to developing a very good strategy in order to protect the environment. So we are going to see what is the nature of these projects, of course, in Morocco. Let's begin with the Laayoune Solar Complex. So this is Laayoune, the solar complex, is one of the smaller solar energy projects completing Morocco's flagship Noor. Sorry. Like, for example, the project in the solar complex in Ouarzazate. So it was developed to harness the region's high solar radiation potential, particularly in the Moroccan Sahara region, to contribute to the country's national electricity and great sustainability. So you see here, so this Laayoune solar complex is like the one, okay, which was established in Ouarzazate. So this is, of course, to provide electricity to all the people around the city. The same thing for the Tarfaya. The Tarfaya wind farm is one of the largest wind energy projects on the African continent. It's not just in Morocco, but the project is really it manifests Morocco's leadership, okay, in this issue of renewable energy. So you see, the Tarfaya wind farm is one of the largest wind energy projects on the African continent. So this is something very, very crucial. With a capacity of 300 watts, it produces enough electricity to power around 1.5 million homes and significantly reduces carbon. So you see the mission. This is a very noble mission of these projects. It reduces carbon emissions by offsetting approximately 900,000 tons of CO2 annually. So you see, so this is something that is very, very important. So these projects really, therefore, these projects, of course, makes Morocco serve as a model for the protection of the right to a healthy environment. Again, the Boujdour solar project adds to Morocco's renewable energy infrastructure by providing a stable supply of solar power through photovoltaic technology, which converts sunlight directly into electricity. So you see here, so this is it's rendering sunlight into electricity. So this is something which of course again protects the environment. So these are just examples, but in almost all Moroccan cities, so you will find such projects. I think even in Khouribga and in many other cities in Morocco. Well, so we can, for example, deduce here that Morocco really, we can say that it's a model for the protection of the rights to a healthy environment. At the same time, it is very committed to promoting sustainable development and safeguarding the future of its citizens. So therefore, these of course projects, they are emanated from the United Nations, of course, documents on environmental protection. But it depends, of course, again, we have talked about the environmental context. So environmental context does matter in environmental protection, because it depends. Morocco's situation, for example, it is a very sunny country. So therefore, those projects, of course, may make it very easy, okay, for Morocco, for example, to handle like this photovoltaic technology, for example, which converts sunlight into electricity. The same thing for the Noor Ouarzazate, for example, because maybe the whole year Ouarzazate is very sunny, and in it, so you can enjoy the sunny weather, like in many cities, for example, in Morocco. And this is what makes it very easy a little bit for Morocco to handle such projects. In addition, of course, that the strategy of the royal orientation is about to protect, of course, Moroccan population, and to of course set up the right to a healthy environment. There is also another project. It was very big indeed, and because of Morocco's commitment to environmental protection and sustainable development, so the COP22 so took place in Marrakesh city in Morocco, and this is in itself a very good proof that Morocco, of course, is leading this strategy of environmental protection. So the 22nd conference of the parties, of course, of the United Nations, so they gathered in Morocco, and it was like a framework on climate change. So I think if you followed the news beforehand, so I think you followed this event, okay? So it was in Marrakech city, and it was a significant climate conference that was, of course, held in Marrakech from November the 7th to November the 18th in 2016. So Morocco, of course, hosted this event, and it shows to what extent Morocco at that time took a leading role in driving climate action, of course, forward, especially in the context of African and developing nation needs. So it was it was really a wonderful symposium. So as you see here, this is the COP22, stands as a critical milestone in climate diplomacy, and Morocco, of course, had the privilege to host it in Marrakech city, moving from Paris Agreement to Action Marrakech. So of course in Marrakech there will be many outcomes indeed of this symposium, and providing a foundation for ambitious global and regional climate initiatives. So you see, this is also another proof to what extent, of course, countries maybe all over the world, so they are very committed to this environmental right, and they are very committed to setting up human beings' right to a healthy environment. And this is just a very This is just an example from my country, but of course there are many examples in many countries all over the world. But since I am very acquainted with my country, so I think you have the right to talk about it and to share even our Moroccan experiences with Indian people, and with people all over the world. So I think that these are some very concrete strategies. It's not just theory. We have talked about like the question of human rights at the theoretical level, but sometimes we question to what extent we can render theory into practice. This is how we can render, for example, the theory of when we hear, for example, we have the right to a healthy environment. This is something very important. And when we examine all the United Nations, for example, declarations either on human rights or on the right to a healthy environment, so of course we just face theory. But those, for example, projects that were, for example, initiated by the Kingdom of Morocco, so they show to us and they elucidate and clarify to what extent we can render theory into practice with just hard work, perseverance, and determination. If the people are very determined, and if, of course, the government also very determined, so we can all work together in order to establish a very safe environment where we can enjoy our life. I do believe that even all the rights that we have been talking about, and all the declarations on the international bodies or treaties, they have no sense if they are not practiced and if they are not rendered into practice. And this is exactly what Morocco has done, of course, and this is why Morocco has initiated all these projects, because to render what is in theory into practice. And this is done not just in the question of environment, but in all human rights areas, okay? Not just in environment, but many strategies, for example, have been initiated by Morocco in order to develop human rights in general, not just at the level of environment. Yes, so I hope that you have now an idea about the right to environment. So we are going to see, okay, to finish or to conclude with this quotation by Rachel Carson. Okay, she claims that bottom man is a part of nature, and his war against nature is inevitably a war against himself. So you see what we can say, for example, that we as being or as human beings, we are part of nature, we are part of the atmosphere, we are part of the earth, we are part of this land, of this soil, and we are part of our environment. All of us, wherever we are, okay, and whoever we should assume our responsibility, because if we destroy the environment, we destroy ourselves. If we destroy the environment, we destroy also our happiness. We cannot enjoy happiness and resilience in a very polluted, for example, era, or land in a very polluted earth. So this is what this very specialist scholar on the environment is what she says here. So we should be very aware. And I do believe also that there is maybe later on we are going to deal with development like journalism, and we are going to see to what extent even those questions of environmental issues, they are very crucial, they are very preponderant in journalism, especially the environmental issues. Why? Because in order to raise people's awareness about these questions, so we need tools, and we need some means, and among them is development journalism that we are going to see. So even there is the question of media that even we tackled before. So media also plays a very pivotal role in raising people's consciousness about the necessity of protecting the environment, like the necessity of protecting water also. So we shouldn't just consume water without, arbitrarily speaking, without any any, for example, awareness, no, but we should protect everything that surrounds us, because this is those things, for example, water, land, air, those things that they are mine, or they are ours, okay? So we should protect them. If we don't protect them, we just engage in a war against ourselves, and we don't destroy nature, but we destroy ourselves, and we destroy even our future, and we destroy even the next generation's future, because we are very responsible now to just maybe. And this is a message that we can even tell people everywhere, that if, for example, we care for the next generations, so of course we should prepare for them, and we should keep for them a very healthy environment and a very healthy soil. Okay, so these are the references, of course, that from which I have, of course, based my lecture. So please, if you can uh, consult this book, this is a very important book. So by John Knox. The human right to a healthy environment. This is a very important source, so please try, if you would like to delve more into this issue of environment and environmental questions, so please you should go, okay, and tackle deeper, or delve deeper into this book. Thank you very much. Okay, see you in the other lecture on development journalism. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome back to our series of lectures on human rights and media tracking. This afternoon, we are going to deal with a lecture entitled Development Journalism from National and International Perspectives. So, we are going to be introduced, of course, to development journalism. What does it mean, development journalism? What is it about, this concept? And at the same time, we are going to study some very important example of this journalism. We're going to see the types of development journalism, and at the same time the role of development journalists and the challenges, of course, that development journalism, of course, faces. So I do believe that development journalism is very crucial, especially when we talk about the issue of human rights and the issue of sustainability, the issue of development. So what we can say, for example, about development journalism is that it was, of course, launched by the Press Foundation of Asia in the 1960s. And this foundation, the Press Foundation of Asia, of course, it launched this development journalism in order to think and to rethink the subjects, of course, of economic development, social development, cultural development from inside and not from outside. So this kind of journalism, it focuses on issues of social change, economic progress, political development, and of course the improvement of people's quality of life. Unlike, for example, mainstream journalism, so this development journalism emphasizes conflict, immediate events, and at the same time it prioritizes the long-term issues that shape society, such as poverty, health, education, gender. So unlike mainstream journalism, or what we call, as we are going to see, traditional journalism, this kind of journalism is very important, especially while fostering and boosting human rights and economic and social, cultural development. So therefore, we opt for these objectives in order to handle our lectures. So the first one is to define the concept of development journalism and explain its importance in addressing societal issues. So these are the things that we are going to investigate in this lecture. The second objective is to explore the role of development journalism in fostering social change and promoting sustainable development. The third objective is to examine key principles of development and approaches of development journalism, including how it differs from traditional forms of journalism or from mainstream journalism. The last one is about to analyze case studies. So we are going to see examples of development journalism and real-world, of course, instances of development journalism in practice. So these are the objectives of our lecture today. So I hope that we are going to manage and reach these objectives, because we do believe that development journalism also plays a very important role in boosting and in protecting human rights at the same time, but not just human rights. But as I have said, it's not just about economic growth or economic development, but development journalism, it's also about tracing and fostering social, cultural development. So as you see here, development journalism is in opposition to traditional journalism. If traditional, for example, as we all know, traditional journalism is just about maybe tracing a fact, reporting on some events, for example, some trends in our societies, and sometimes with subjectivity, sometimes with objectivity. So, but it's not a sort of journalism which is participatory. It is just a journalism of just reporting the event, reporting on factual, on facts, events, trends, and that's it. And it stops here. It stops in just narrating stories, okay, as we may say. But development journalism, it's something else. Development journalism is a kind of journalism that, of course, that plays a very crucial role in our society. Why? Because it is like a partner to the government of the society. It is a contributor, okay, to the society's development, either economic development or cultural or social or even political. So when, for example, development journalism, when it traces an event, it doesn't just trace the event, but it provides us with some solutions, with some suggestions, not just tracing the event and we stop here. Unlike, for example, traditional journalism, it can work with civil associations, like with the human rights associations, for example, as we are going to see many examples or case studies later on, okay, to just concretize what I am saying now. So this is what concerns development journalism. There is another issue which is very important in development journalism. You should know that this type of journalism was initiated in the third world countries. And this sort of development journalism played a very pivotal role in the colonial era. And it is also very, nowadays it is very prospering in the third world countries. And in Philippines, for example, when they launched the foundation, the press foundation of Asia in the 1960s. So they have emphasized the question that this development journalism should be from inside, not from outside, and should be very different from the Western model of journalism. Why? Because it should be very concerned about our local contextual issues. Okay, so this is something when we talk about development journalism. So it is something that was initiated in the third world countries and in the former colonies. And it asserts also the principle that when the principle of narrating or of shedding light on events, for example, or any activities, but from the local perspective. Taking into consideration the cultural context, the economic context, the political context. So this is something which is very important in development journalism. Of course, it is not just in opposition with traditional journalism, but it is in opposition with Western journalism. So this is something that we can call it even indigenous development journalism. It is a journalism that was born inside our countries, inside the third world countries, and not inside the West. So this is something that belongs to the third world countries, and it is very, of course, it plays a very crucial role. Well, so we will see again what do we mean exactly by development journalism. So what is development journalism in the first instance? So it's about highlighting underrepresented voices. It's about promoting sustainable development. It's about fostering public participation. It's about advocating for social change. So you see, this is grosso modo what do we mean by development journalism. But you should pay attention to the thing that I have emphasized, that this is a sort of development journalism that is from inside, that was born in the third world countries, okay, and that of course that is in opposition to the Western model of journalism. This is something local, and we have it in many African, Asian, of course, countries. Why? Because it helps to promoting the economy and also the political, the cultural spheres. Well, so what we can say, for example, here, like advocating for social change. So it aims here to, it uses many platforms. So this is development journalism. So it uses many platforms to inform the public about the steps needed to improve their living. So it advocates for social change, and this is something which is very important. And it even suggests, as I have said, solutions to problems. Wherever there is a problem, unlike traditional journalism, wherever there is a problem, so development journalism, it reports on the problem, but at the same time it propounds, it suggests, for example, some solutions and some suggestions. Highlighting underrepresented voices. This is something very important. When we talk about development journalism, it's the journalism of marginalized people. It's the journalism of the vulnerable segments of our society, like women, like children, for example, like ethnic minorities. Okay, so those people, for example, they have a very central focus while in development journalism. So underrepresented, you see, and highlighting underrepresented voices, highlighting, for example, and questioning people, for example, or giving even voice to people who are silenced, either silenced under political oppression, for example, or they are silenced because they belong to ethnic minorities, or because or because of their gender or their race or their color skin. So this development journalism so helps, of course, to highlighting underrepresented voices, and even not just highlighting, but even suggesting and propounding solutions to give voice to those people and integrate them into the society. So this is like an inclusive, again, goal that this development journalism, of course, helps us to attain it and reach it. There is also promoting sustainable development. This is something very important. So this kind of journalism contributes to sustainable practices by reporting, for example, it's like the lecture that we had this morning. So to report on what? On environmental concerns, for example, to report on poverty alleviation, to report on social justice, to report on human rights, for example. So these are noble aims and noble goals of this development journalism. So you see, it's unlike mainstream journalism or what we call traditional journalism. Fostering public participation. This is also something which is very important. How it fosters public participation by encouraging citizens to engage in democratic processes. So you see, so when we can describe this development journalism as being descriptive, but at the same time prescriptive. So this is maybe the main definition that you can note down, that this development journalism, it is descriptive because it describes, it narrates, it depicts, it portrays events, problems, for example, or what's happening on in our society, in our politics, in our economy, in our area, for example, in our environment also. But at the same time, it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop in just describing, but it extends, okay, its role to what? To prescribing. It means suggesting solutions, suggesting, for example, many resolutions to serious problems like the problem of immigration, for example, illegal immigration. So this is what we mean here by fostering public participation. Sometimes even by providing information that influences policy decisions. Why not? Like, for example, elections, like community involvement. So you see how this kind of development journalism, it is both descriptive and prescriptive. I will refer you to Angela Romano. So she is one of the most important scholars of this development journalism, and she has indeed, of course, written and published many books on development journalism and on deliberative journalism also. So according to her, development journalism involves creating journalism that helps societies improve their standard of living, particularly in post-colonial developing nations. So we should underline, particularly in post-colonial developing nations. So I have already explained to you that this development journalism was the baby. Let's say it's the baby of the third world countries. Why? Because the third world countries opted for this kind of development journalism in order to think, in order to describe their own problems in context. And at the same time, even when they prescribe solutions, so they prescribe solutions in context also, taking into consideration, of course, their difference from Western societies. So this is what characterizes mostly development journalism. We're going to see, of course, the role of development journalism. So of course it plays a very important role in our society. It works, it's like we can call it a partner, a very like legitimate partner of our government. Okay, so unlike, for example, biased journalism or stereotypical journalism or mainstream journalism, so this journalism is an intellectual, it is an intellectual sort of journalism. So the role of development journalism is policy advocacy, grassroots empowerment, sustainable development goals. So what do you mean by advocating or policy, for example, policy advocacy? So policy advocacy sometimes, for example, wherever there is a change in society, there is a reform, for example, so this development journalism, it helps politicians, for example, maybe during even the period of elections. So it helps the politicians. It goes, or it suggests, for example, like the strategies of reform, strategies of building organizations, associations. So it is a kind of policy advocacy. Grassroots empowerment also. This development journalism, it does something which is very, very important, which is empowering marginalized people and empowering people who are very weak in our societies, or people, for example, who are illiterate. And something that is very important that you should know here is that development journalism is not a sort of journalism that is devoted to the elite only. No, it's not to the elite, but it's to the whole population. Especially, it's a sort of journalism that helps the population, for example, to voice their plight, to voice their problems, and to voice, for example, all their conditions, their social conditions, for example, their economic conditions and cultural conditions, environmental conditions also. Also, it helps it has a role in sustainable development. Why? Because development journalism also, it has a say in environmental issues. And it works sometimes even with environmental, like non-government organizations. There are other rules. Okay, so the principle, so of course this development journalism, in addition to the rules, for example, and in addition to the important place of this sort of journalism, it has also some principles like human development focus, like fact-based solution-oriented reporting, like local indigenous contexts, ethical, it's a sort of ethical, of course, journalism. So you see, of course, development journalism, it works within some principles. And those principles, the first one is human development focus. It contributes to the development of our countries, and not just contributing, but it suggests reforms, it suggests strategies, and so many things in order to boost, of course, either the development, for example, of human rights. So you will find many journalists or development journalists, so they advocate for human rights, fact-based and solution-oriented reporting. While development journalists, for example, when they report on some incidents in our societies or some reports, so of course that's good because they describe the event, but at the same time they prescribe. It's fact-based. This is good, but solution-oriented, not just describing the fact, but they suggest also solutions. They are like politicians, okay, but they don't have that force of the law, but they just suggest to politicians, for example, what they should do, for example, in that particular situation, because journalists sometimes they can reach the population more than politicians, for example, and sometimes they can travel, they can maybe go to small villages in order to report, so they know the population sometimes, and they are familiar with what's going on in their societies, especially that they focus on something which is very important, which is the local indigenous context. As I have emphasized before, and this is something that you should bear in your mind, is that this sort of development journalism, and you should pay attention to this because this is very important. It is an indigenous sort of journalism. As I have said, it is a sort of journalism that is coming from inside, not from outside. It's a sort of journalism that takes into consideration the indigenous context, the local context, the particularities of our communities, the particularities, for example, of our villages, of our small cities. Why? Because we do believe, for example, that something maybe that there is difference all over the world. That this is something that we all witness. There are many differences, many discrepancies, okay, all over the world, and each country is totally different from another. Therefore, so this indigenous, this sort of development journalism, so it takes into consideration the indigenous context. Ethical journalism. This is something very important, and I think we have there will be a lecture about ethical journalism or ethical media later on, maybe tomorrow or after. Ethical journalism, this development journalism takes into consideration, because sometimes when you report on poverty, for example, when you report on poor people, when you report, for example, on the most vulnerable people like kids, when you report on people, for example, on people who are vulnerable to violence, for example, or when you report on human rights violations or human rights, for example, transgression, here you should pay attention to this development journalism pays attention to something which is very important. It's the ethic of reporting, because sometimes it's good to report that yes, there is poverty, but you shouldn't humiliate people. You should report, but remember that the most important right that we talked about before is the right to dignity. And all the declarations, the international treaties, the institutional frameworks that we have seen before, so they have stemmed from one single thing, which is asserting and confirming human dignity. So sometimes it's very nice to, and it's a duty to report on poverty. But you should, of course, report, but at the same time, taking some distance, and in order not to humiliate those poor people, and in order not to show them, for example, to show them to the public in a very miserable way, in a very in a very bad way. So this is something that will humiliate them. So we should take into consideration this ethical issue. While and this is one of the major principles of development journalism, is that it takes into consideration these ethical issues while reporting, especially on marginalized voices in our society, especially when those development journalists, they report on like poverty, inequality, like health, climate change, also environmental issues, and so on and so forth. So they take into consideration this question of ethical journalism. Now we will see the role of development journalists. So they are nation builders, and by the way, this is also taken from Angela Romano, of course, book Development Journalism. I'm going to show you the reference later on. So the development journalists, they are nation builders. They build society. Okay, so this is a very noble role of those journalists, because they don't just, as I have said, describe the event or narrate stories to us. It's not about narrating stories, or it's not about reporting or transmitting to us fake news. No, but they build society through detecting our problems and through suggesting very relevant solutions. They are also government partners. So those development journalists, they are government partners. Why? Because they know what's going on in our societies. They know the things, for example, that people suffer from. So therefore, they are partner to government. They help. Sometimes they help politicians. They help government members. Okay, to just attain their aims and work for the benefits of their countries. They are also guardians. They are watchdogs. Okay, this is also something which is very important. Wherever there is, for example, an incident in a country, so those countries, they are guardians of what? Of democracy. Sometimes even they measure to what extent democracy is taking place or not, to what extent this democracy is practiced or is put into action or not. And this is why, what do you mean by guardians? Okay, so because this development, of course, journalism also, it has a purpose, okay, behind the reporting, for example, objectively, or behind even prescribing solutions. So the major aim is to set up a very democratic society where everyone, for example, enjoys equality and sustainable space. Well, they are also agents of empowerment. And this is also something which is very important. They are agents of empowerment. Why? Because they help empowering marginalized people. They empower, for example, like people with disabilities, for example. So they play like a very psychological, let's say a psychological role. So they empower marginalized people without voice, for example, like people belonging to ethnic minorities, ethnic groups, for example. So they are agents of empowerment. Now let's see now the types of this journalism. So of course we have talked about the principles, the definition of development journalism, and we have talked about the role of the development journalists, okay, himself or herself. And now we come to the types of course, journalism. So as you see, there are like a lot of types. So you see advocacy journalism, solution journalism, human rights journalism, environmental journalism, participatory journalism. We're going to see development news, the journalism, also public service journalism, investigative journalism. So a lot of types, but of course each type has a mission. Let's begin with advocacy journalism. Advocacy journalism is about raising awareness, advocating for social, political, economic change on behalf of marginalized groups. It is often used to highlight issues, but for example, for example, poverty, human rights, and environmental sustainability. So you see, this is what we mean by advocacy journalism, and it has a very important aim, is that it's like it influences public opinion, it informs policy, it mobilizes resources for specific causes or social movements. So this is what we mean by advocacy journalism, like for example reporting on campaigns for gender equality, reporting on child labor eradication, for example, reporting on indigenous rights of indigenous peoples. So you see, so this is really a very noble mission of those development journalists. There is also solution journalism, as you see here. It's about also finding, like suggesting solutions. Sometimes, as I have said, you may face like a problem, or sorry. Yes, okay, solution journalism. So sometimes there are many problems that our societies, for example, suffer from. But of course, thanks to this sort of journalism, so sometimes even, as I have said before, they can even find solutions. Then there is this type of human rights journalism. So I think that's last lecture, maybe before yesterday, when we deal with media tracking. So we have been introduced that journalism, or even media in general, has a very intertwined relationship with human rights. And this is of course what we mean by human rights journalism. This sort of journalism, it detects human rights violations. It detects, for example, women's rights violations. It detects sometimes even children's rights transgression. So, sorry. So this is what we mean by human rights journalism. Environmental journalism. So we have been talking this morning about environmental sustainability, and we have talked about the question of the environment and how we should keep our earth clean and relevant to our life. So this sort of journalism, as we are going to see in the examples, so of course it deals with environmental issues, for example, with climate change, for example, with water pollution, with the greenhouse gas, for example. Sometimes even it suggests solutions like the solar energies projects. And this is also a very important sort of journalism. There is also participatory journalism, and this is something very important that I have, of course, emphasized from the very beginning. So participatory journalism, it means that, or it emphasizes the involvement of local communities. Okay, so it is with the community all the time. So it involves, it emphasizes the active involvement of local communities in the reporting process. And it involves people from marginalized or underserved communities to contribute to news production and sharing their own stories, sharing their issues, their concerns. This is something which is very important in participatory journalism. As I have emphasized before, that this type of participatory journalism, it's against just fostering the elite. It's against the elite, but it is participatory in the fact that it gives voice to local populations, not just the elite. Okay, so it's not a sort of journalism, it's not for the elite. It ensures and it lays bare their own perspectives. It shows their own stories, okay, people's stories. And this is something very important. For example, there is a community-based media project sometimes where local residents report on issues affecting their neighborhoods. This is a sort of development journalism, like access to clean water, for example. So here it deals with environmental issues like local education reform. Sometimes even in our universities we find this sort of participatory journalism even among students. It's very small, but of course it has a purpose. Why? Because it depicts the problems of students. Like for example, at Qadi University we have just launched the university channel, and that university channel, it's a sort, and we are going now to work on even journalistic articles, and that channel has a purpose of following students activities, students problems, and we broadcast of course those activities, and everyone at the university so has access to that, and it is a very successful experience in which students can voice all their activities, and as well as all their problems, and this is something which is really very, very successful. Well, so let's continue. Another type of development journalism. So you have development news journalism, public service journalism, investigative journalism. So what do you mean by development news journalism? So this is about, it focuses on the ongoing coverage of development issues like economic growth, education, healthcare, infrastructure, for example, governance in developing nations. So these are the major concerns of this sort of development journalism, especially development news journalism. And its very aim is that to keep the public informed about national concerns, about national development plans, national development reforms, governmental progress, for example, national development strategies, organizations, and at the same time it keep the public informed about the impact of various development programs and policies, and this is a sort of development news journalism. There is also public service journalism. It is designed to serve the public interests by providing information that helps, of course, improve the quality of life. It often focuses on educational programs, university curriculum, for example, public health, emergency health sometimes. So this is public service journalism. So sometimes it even informs citizens about their rights, responsibilities, their right to environment, their right to health, and so on and so forth. And it provides the government, of course, of those reports, and at the same time with suggestions and proposals. Investigative journalism, this is also a sort of journalism that is within the umbrella concept of development journalism. It is investigative in the sense that it seeks to uncover corruption. It seeks to uncover social injustice. It seeks to uncover sometimes systemic issues that hinder the developments. So this sort of journalism, for example, it digs deep into our social, political, and economic mismanagement and human rights abuse, human rights violations. This is also something or some. These are also noble goals, okay, that this development journalism takes into consideration. Sometimes even like investigating the misuse of foreign aid, for example, reporting on environmental degradation, sometimes even reporting on corruption. So these are the rules, of course, of this development, or this very particular investigative journalism. So you see that grosso modo this sort of development journalism, it does matter in our societies, and we should, of course, we should endorse, okay, this sort of development journalism, because it works hand in hand with our government, with our politicians, and of course it serves it has very noble goals and noble purposes. Why? Because it helps boosting and fostering economic, social, and cultural growth of our societies. Of course, this development journalism has many rules and has many principles and has many types, and we have talked about its noble rule. That this is something very, very nice, but at the same time, it isn't all the time without challenges. So of course, this development journalism, unfortunately speaking, so it faces, of course, some challenges like political and governmental interference. So sometimes, of course, some, especially in dictator societies or authoritative societies, so sometimes those journalists, so they face many challenges, of course, in reporting the news as they should be. Commercial pressures also, so sometimes even advertisement and those commercial for example spheres, so they interfere in the work of this kind of journalism. Also, lack of resources. Sometimes it's very hard because this development journalism, of course, needs funding, needs financial aid, for example, to perform its role in a very good way. Also, ethical dilemmas. So I have talked about this question, but this is really a very it's really a challenge, okay, because sometimes it's very hard. You face you find yourself in a really very serious dilemma that you can't solve, because you may just question whether shall I depict, for example, those poor people, shall I take pictures of them, or shall I just report without for example, reporting, or without taking pictures. So you see, this is ethical, or these are ethical dilemmas, because this is something which is very important. Sometimes you can, like this development journalism, sometimes those journalists, for example, they can report, because this is their duty, to report on poverty, for example, or to report on human rights abuse. This is their duty. But sometimes the how is very important here. How they can report on those violations, for example, without falling in the trap of those ethical dilemmas, or without humiliating, for example, those people. So those are really many challenges that this kind of development journalism, of course, faces. Grosso modo, what the thing of development journalism. So as I have said, it is very this kind of journalism. It's very disseminated in Asia, but it has now it is spread all over the world, and especially in Africa, for example. So I'm going to give you some even in India you have development journalism that, of course, that is concerned with so many issues like healthcare, for example. And I think that in Asia this kind of development journalism is very developed and is very progressed. But anyway, so I'm going to shed more light on this development journalism by providing you some concrete examples. So this is an example, the Green Belt movement, and here development journalism intervenes. This movement is in Kenya, and it is founded by Wangari Maathai. It's a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. And this green belt has been instrumental in promoting environmental, of course, conservation and women's empowerment in Kenya. This is a very important foundation. And what's the role of journalists here, or development journalism? This of course, movement works hand in hand with development journalism. And journalists, for example, who have reported on this movement, so they have raised awareness about deforestation, for example, the importance of having a very clean, sustainable development practices. At the same time, they contribute to the campaign's success in reforestation, and at the same time in women's involvement in environmental advocacy. So you see, this is the role of development journalism. It's about raising awareness, it's about contributing in campaigns, it's about empowering women. So we have talked about that those development journalists, they are agents of empowerment. So this is how this association has been really disseminated thanks to this kind of development journalism. There is also another, so this is in Kenya. There is also another example. This is Bolsa Familia, and this is also a program that happened to be or to exist in Brazil. And this program, what is the function of this program is that it provides financial assistance to low-income families. Of course, this is also, and it here, what is the role of development journalism? Development journalists, of course, they have reported on the successes and challenges of the program. This is, you see how those development journalists work hand in hand and in collaboration, in cooperation with those movements and those organizations. So this Bolsa Familia also, this is a movement that has been, of course, highlighted thanks to development journalism. Why? Because this kind of journalism has helped those people, for example, and has helped the program at all. It has shown the challenges of the program, and it has also shown the successes of the program. This is something also very, very important. So these are just maybe two small examples about how development journalism works. And I think that in many countries all over the world, so as I have told you before, that this sort of development journalism is like the baby of third world countries. And it is a sort of journalism that of course comes from inside and not from the outside. It is a sort of journalism that takes into consideration the local context of indigenous people, the social particularities, the cultural particularities of countries, especially talking about third world countries that have, of course, previously experienced colonialism and imperialism. So against or in opposition to Western journalism, for example, so this kind of development journalism, it's a sort of indigenous, this is how I call it, indeed, it's a sort of indigenous development journalism. So as a conclusion, so I would like to conclude by Mahatma Gandhi's quotation. So, according to Mahatma Gandhi, he claims that I believe that a struggle which chiefly relies on internal strength cannot be wholly carried out without a newspaper. So you see, so here again we find that the pivotal role of journalism, that it is very important. Sometimes you have many principles. Yes, you have a cause, and you have a reason, you have something, you have a goal, for example, in life. You have a noble mission in your society, but you have a struggle even in your society, but you cannot achieve it without what, without seeking maybe refuge, let's call it like this, seeking refuge in development journalism, because this is something very important, and it is also emphasized by Mahatma Gandhi. So these are the references from which I have based, on which I have based my lecture. So these are very, very important. In addition to the book I told you by Angela Romano, so I can give you the link of the book, of course, later on, maybe tomorrow in the other lectures. Okay, so we end our lecture, and thank you very much. I don't know. I think yes, you can speak, but in the tutorials. Okay, just write down your. We will have sessions of tutorials. Okay, we will have 6 hours tutorials so that you can speak. Just note down what you would like to comment on. Okay, I know that the topic is very debatable, and it's very healthy, really, and it's new. But anyway, in the tutorials, I will give you the chance to discuss. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I hope you have benefited. If, sir, you stopped.